woof, I'm a doggo, and I sneeze, sneeze, sneeze.
Wow. Hello. Give me a minute. Wow. Hello, Adnan. Oh, it's been a few days, hasn't it? Hello. Oh, it's toasty in here. I'll have this on for a minute. What was I doing last time? I feel like it was the shift HUD, right? I think it was this. And I felt like I left it in an okay enough state to just move on for now. Yeah. I think I was thinking about making it so when you press E on an item on the floor, it would only move if there's an item underneath it, but I'm not gonna bother with that sort of thing for now. Hey Donut. How's it going, buddy? Yeah, this was good enough. We got a good couple hours today. So let me think of something fun we can do. How's everyone been? Alright, well, one thing I could start with is just adding these player stats to the player character. Just to have them actually do something. Because I'd like to... Maybe we can actually work on, like, level ups now. Because when you kill stuff, you get XP, right? But it doesn't actually do anything. Even if I sit here and kill, like, 1 trillion enemies and go up a level, it you know, you go up a level, but it doesn't do anything. Alright? Is fun enough, I guess, but yeah. We can work on actually maybe like increasing your stats a base amount and then giving you like a trait or an upgrade or whatever. I think that could be a fun goal for today. What have you all been up to in the last couple of days since I've been busy? It's so violent. You can hear me alright, yeah? Yeah. Alright, let me think. What did I just say? I wanted to extract those elements to the player somehow. So if I remember correctly, it was just all in here. And then somewhere in here we're drawing the player stuff. We've got strength, agility, perception, and luck. Fine. So let's go to character. Alright, still trying to think of a name for LibDonut. You've been polishing the README a bit more. Why don't you give it like a Toho themed name? Is there like a Lib Miko or like a Lib Hakure or Lib Perisama or Lib Shimemaru, Momiji Lib, Suwako Lib, Marissa Lib, Rimu Lib, Umo Lib. I'm just looking around my room at art. Hakutaku Sukusuku Lib, maybe. Maybe not. Let's see. Base strength. I'll just give them. Come up with numbers later. Base strength, agility, perception, luck. Don't know what any of these mean now, but the default character is always going to be Mario, right? Baseline. Life of honestly, I should probably just nuke these other characters. We're not really using them for now. Except for Diva. Just because every time I try to show someone the game, they sit there on the the character select screen trying to work out what the difference is, and the reality is none of them will work. Well, they might work, but you know, it's not the intended experience. They certainly won't have a proper sprite or anything. Hey Bowser. Yeah, I was enjoying RuneScape. I did Blood Moon Rises. Cool quest. It only took me a couple of attempts to do the big fight, and it was good fun. It felt good to finish. Although I do feel silly because like 3 days ago, I dug up a bunch of gems in Karamja in Charlie Village and made them to a bunch of new gear because I was running low on amulets of chemistry. So I was like, I'll just do a couple of rounds of that little gem room. What can I make with topaz? Oh yeah, you know, I can do slaughter, but also, what's this? The F aid? Oh yeah, there's a vampire quest. I'll make a couple of those. I bet those are useful. Completely forgot about it when it came to the quest. Just used a berserker ring for the whole thing. Did the job, but yeah. Apparently the ring is actually pretty good. So yeah. If you get around to doing the quests, maybe use the 20% accuracy damage ring or whatever it is. 20% accuracy, 15% damage, I don't know. Apparently it's really fucking good. They're also apparently nerfing those, like, they added like some ranged vampire stake, which I made like 1,000 of, and I was going to use them at fires, but apparently they're going to nerf them next week. They're like addy darts, so they're quite good. You can use them with void. But you probably run out of a stack of 1,000 really quick. Yeah, it's a really good quest. I really liked it. There's a couple of points where like a couple of the puzzles kind of drag on, but that's just a me issue, I think. I had to do this quest over like 3 days, so I kind of felt it's like another evening. But I think if you sat down and did it on a weekend, you could probably do it in like a day or an afternoon. I was doing it in like a couple hour spurts here and there, so yeah, it's very good. They also, yeah, they did the modern quest thing where like there's like a lot of convenience. Like you get teleported around, wait for quest helper. You can do it without quest helper. It's not so bad. The puzzles are pretty doable. But I forgot what I was saying. Whatever, it was good. It was good fun. Oh yeah, they teleport you around, and like, you know, if you're missing an item in the quest, they don't make you go bang for it. They're just like, here's a fucking pickaxe or whatever. It's pretty good. Anyway, I hope you've been well, everyone. I guess max health could be base max health. Oh. You know, while I'm upgrading it, let's do that. Health could be Constitution if we're really going D&D about it. Oh, having a mouse is so nice. I use a trackpad at work, which makes all this multi-line stuff such a pain. Wait, you're player, right? Yeah. One, two, three, four. Can I do this? Oh, fine. Multi-curse on my beloved. You didn't have to go into London today, which was good. Nice. What's the weather like in the UK right now? We've been not in a heat wave anymore. Let's see if there's anywhere else we were accessing that max health thing. Yep, game. Okay. Oh, this is directly modifying it on character. We should change that. Kind of weird that we'd oh, character data. I feel like it'd be handy to know the base data. You ordered the tiger who came to tea for your nephew. It should arrive tomorrow. That's cool. Yeah, maybe instead of base, we could just have max health, strength, agility, perception. Yeah, that works as well. Let's not overly complicate things. Interesting. Yeah, that's okay. How am I doing? I'm okay. I'm a little tired. But when's that not the case, huh? I just got back from the gym and had a shower. That's why I'm showery. But otherwise I'm alright. How are you? Warm and dry but not oppressive. Tiger Enter Tea is a classic, by the way. The drawing always kind of freaked me out a bit though. The tiger's a little frightening looking. Interesting. Why did I copy that? Plans for the weekend. We might go see a film. We're debating if we want to like do anything fancy this weekend or just take it easy. I don't know yet. We'll see. Nothing super planned though. I think chilling. We've had some busy weeks. It'd be nice to have a bit more time off. Alright, let's see. Come on now. Let's do this. This one. Be under rest. Thanks. I'd like to think so. More time for OSRS. Oh yeah. I guess this stuff can all be baseline. Maybe. Out of 10? I don't know. I'm not really following a proper formula. Like I haven't sat down and thought about a formula for this, so it kind of doesn't matter. Whatever. I guess a fancy formula doesn't have to matter for now. We can just write something baseline and then move on with them. Could also move this onto a stat sheet of some kind. Maybe the local player could have a stat sheet. And that could have an experience struct on it. Yeah, this won't work. In which case, making this the baseline would make more sense. And then experience could maybe become stat sheet, maybe. That kind of makes sense to me. Although it wouldn't include health. Would I want strength, agility, perception, and luck to all be components? Because that's what health is a component. It could be components, because I might want to be able to ask strength if it's capable, like what the switched speed should be with a particular mass, or so on and so forth. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I think. I like the player having health directly. Let's just stick to something easy and then extract if we need it. This will do for now. And you know what, the stat sheet should maybe have experience. Maybe this stuff could be part of stat sheet. What makes sense? I mean, to be honest, I think only the player's going to have one of these. The enemies may want their own stat sheet, which doesn't necessarily mean they need experience. So let's say like this. And for now, let's just say, hey Ted, how's it going? It's going just okay, thank you. How are you? I'm going to do a really baseline modification here and just say how about that? Hot. Is it still really hot? I think it's in the 20s. Yeah. My office is 24, which compared to the heat wave doesn't feel so bad. 94.5 F. Is that 28? 95 F in C. 35? Fucking hell. Wait, your 100 must be like 40 then. No, it's 37. 95 is 35 degrees Celsius. That's a good stat line to know. Assuming this Google thing is correct, I don't know if I trust it. Whatever. Okay, look. Grading experience, if you're able to get a stat sheet on that entity, then multiply everything in there by a scaling amount, which means that it will go like exponential-ish. Don't know if that's exponential, but logarithmic or something, I don't know, whatever. If you're level 100, you get more out of a level than if you're level 1. Makes some sense to me. Why not? This is what we're doing for now. We can always shuffle it around. So I want the player to have a stat sheet. So I need a function called addStatSheet that takes an entity and a const ref to character. addStatSheet. What did I say? Entity. Do I normally take that as a ref? No, I don't. I guess it's just a number. And then one of these. Pop this in the header. It's not a no discard. looks good. Hello, Carl Edits. How you doing, buddy? Alright, so the character has a stat sheet on them now. I just need to make sure the HUD system represents that now. Instead of character data. Where am I using this? Head animation idle. I also want a stat sheet. This stuff is ripe for being extracted. What do I think about Box 3D that just got released? Box 3D? Box 3D. Oh. I didn't know about it. Is it, I guess, like Box 2D? Aaron Kato, who had been developing Box 2D, announced the release of Box 3D. It's forked off the Box 2D code. It has a C API with a similar architecture to 2D. This looks awesome. Cool. I only just found out about it, but that's awesome. It's based on Valve's physics engine Rubicon/Ragnarok. Is that true? Deterministic physics? Well structured. Looks like people are giving it good reviews on reddit.com. Looks awesome. Sad it might make your physics engine obsolete. Yeah, I was thinking about that, but you're a different developer. You have different goals, different engine, different implementation, different API. Maybe you should just release yours and call it Box 4D. Axolotl is doing well. That's good to hear. Not sure which one's faster in practice. Could be something to learn from. Maybe you can have a look and see if his runs faster, what you could implement on yours. I don't know. Some games like GTA 6 takes billions to make. Explain why you need that money for a game. And how it earns revenue. Well, the GTA earns revenue when people pay money. And it takes lots of money because they need to pay lots of people. I hope that answers your question. He has some nice debugging tools. Eric Cato's already made, you know, waves. It's taken him a while to come out with this. Like, Box 2D is pretty old at this point, right? Relatively. Hello, Lume. Sorry, I don't think I said hi. Let's see, so blah, 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 blah. And now we go to enemy, and we just make that XP on death 50 or something. I don't know. And we should, fingers crossed, see, make this 700 and 500 or something, doesn't really matter. But we should see your levels, actually about 50 and 500. We should see your levels going up. And we should see that affecting your base stats. How am I doing? I'm alright. A wee bit tired, but otherwise not so shabby. Here we go. So you need now a registry and an entity, I think. That should fix that. You can almost guarantee you would have just used his if yours if it existed before you started on yours. Yeah, but you started on yours like 4 or 5 years ago. You've now gained the experience of building a 3D engine. Is that such a bad thing? Alright, we got a crash. Let's see. Args 1 was null pointer. Stat sheet. Well, okay. We don't have a stat sheet. Oh, because this is looking in context. Have the local player.player entity in here. Oops. That sheet could even point to character data. Meh, maybe not, if the enemy's going to have it as well. Ume says hi, Donut. Let's see. So these things all say 1. If I kill something, he drops 5 million XP. Good fucking lord, that's way too much. Hang on. Let's just change it to like 25. Reload assets. Try that again. I probably want to kill a few more of those. Fuck off. I guess it's still just 1. It's only multiplying by 1.05 or whatever. Just dictating what you're saying. He might not be reading the on-screen chat. I suspect he's not reading the on-screen chat. Yeah, he's not. There you go. Any stinkers in chat? You ask them. Interesting. You see how the enemies have perception? We could give the enemies a stat sheet as well. Excuse me, Donut? Not Donut. Excuse me, Tom? Still. Oh, it's in collision system. Am I adding the experience to the wrong entity? Probably want to put it on magnetic target. That would make sense. Is my root what? One can tell because you're not constantly complaining about his code. I'm complaining about you. The water fountain at work broke, so you had to buy water from a vending machine. You use a water fountain? Do the taps in your work not have potable water in the toilet? Not in the toilet, but in the bathroom. That's also yikes. How many hundreds of euros is a bottle of water now? Yeah, that shit could be used in a data center to make your Google response even slightly faster. I need this thing to not default to being on sometimes. There you go. Wait long enough, all the XP will despawn and the frame rate will go back to normal. I think maybe the numbers between levels are a bit much, but I don't know. Maybe this makes sense. Right. Well, I think doubling by level 7, following like the RuneScape methodology is pretty reasonable. Maybe you should drink something with electrolyte. That's what plants crave. What? Do you crave plants? I'm so fucking tired. What the fuck? Alright. Anyway. Whatever we got here, we'll do for now. Let's just fix some of these things then. Alright, and... let me think. Clueless. I am clueless. Don't get water from the toilet. It's not alright. Get the fucking syntax of this shit. I swear it's some shit like this. Well, I guess you're not afloat. That makes sense. And we'll just make the baseline more like 10. Pop references. Rondo is a fictional hyper-caffeinated energy and sports drink from Mike Judge's 2006 satirical sci-fi film Idiocracy. Famous for the slogan, "It's got what plants crave," it acts as a parody of corporate monopolies like Gatorade having completely replaced water for drinking, farming, and toilet usage. I haven't seen Mike Judge's 2006 satirical sci-fi comedy film Idiocracy. I'm sorry. Can you put it into like a phrase that's like Toho related? Maybe I'd understand. I don't know. Mass. People need to know how like the character's mass is. Maybe not on like a day-to-day basis. It's a good movie. Are you going to give me any new character lore today, Donut? I'm still thinking about how you were saying that you were raised by like a militia or something. I think that's what you were getting at, right? Like you used to build rocket launchers or something? I think that's roughly what you were getting at. What? Didn't I say like you shouldn't know how a shotgun works, and then you said like your parents both were in like the military or like the police or something? It's just like a piece of character lore you're dropping after like 14 years or something. I just thought maybe you'd have more information. I have a feeling that Enter Mongaku has copyright law restrictions. I'm not certain though. The big difference between that and a militia. There you go. New fact, chat. If you tell someone, if you claim incorrect information, people are much faster to respond and correct you than if you give them correct information. That's how you get stuff done on the internet. Hey guys, I'm thinking of playing Dark Souls and just going straight for a luck build. No, you should no get the Drake sword. All right. Donut did what? The VPN? All right. Etc. I really like this song, dude. I haven't listened to Quilt Hair and stuff in a little while. Eh? I just stopped doing air. I aired someone at work. They didn't think anything of it, but I don't think it's the way normal people talk. Maybe? How about instead of this stuff, we have Mum was one of the first women to retire from the Swedish military. That's crazy lore. You would judge if I said heir to you, yeah? That's cool lore, Donut. You should reveal more of your personal data. You should tell us more about yourself. I feel like you must have an interesting life out there. Would you want to STD move this? No. No, I have a copy. Maybe strength could be that multiplier used when they push each other around. could affect how they use weapons. Because it's annoying for the player if you swing your weapon around slowly, but I don't know if it's annoying for the enemy to do it. Interesting thought. I don't really know what this could do yet, but... You grew up between a farm, an airfield, and a military training arena. I don't know, I think that's cool lore. The standard background noise was birds chirping and the distant machine gun fire. Have you considered being a Fallout NPC? In my head now, you grew up on, like, the Boomers airstrip. Is that so wrong? Some of this stuff could probably be reused at this point. No. No wonder you love guns so much. Instead of like lattes and being tall and wearing jackets. That was my experience of Sweden, at least. A lot of tall people. I think I should default. You are default constructed. Okay. Let me think. Does any of this shit matter? Yes, it should break the enemy. I'm also like, I should definitely just change enemy behavior to just being enemy. Like this. I don't know what struct enemy really accomplishes. It really is just a tag. It should be is enemy. You like lattes and being tall. Have you thought of being Swedish? Think about it. I should see if there's more Quilt Heron stuff that I've missed. I haven't listened to their stuff in a while. They must have new stuff by now. They have a bunch of original songs and a bunch of Idolmaster remixes. They say original songs, but is this not a bunch of... They have a bunch of Blue Archive remixes too, don't they? I guess they don't have a playlist for it. I'll quickly run through the thing and add some of these to my... Let's see. Yeah, they have a bunch of BA remixes now. It's just a playlist for it. You considered being Swedish. There's a playlist? Let's have to make my own. Oh no, there's this one. This has BA stuff in it. I'll switch to that when mine ends. Alright, anyway, this should break because you're gonna want to get a perception. I'll just build and let it break. We found out certs don't work, right? Did we not pick some in the end? I don't remember. I guess I can find out. I can easily just add a assert false and see if it works. We have a breakpoint on all exceptions. Let's see. Ah, abort has been called. Yeah, looks like it worked. Good. Nice. Nice indeed. Alright, so your perception should be based out of your, well, perception. Jesus Christ. Dude, the flamethrower, like, just flying away like that is so funny. Probably worth a fix, but meh. Good enough for now. Alright. Let me just quickly modify them some things. Components, experience, XP to next level. Where am I defining you? Entity factory. Let's just set the XP to next level to be like 10. An enemy can drop. Ah, here we go. I wanted to just put a playlist on of this person's music. I want to see if it's all up to scratch. Good, I still haven't played. I was so on top of playing the BA updates, and then the latest one I've just not played yet. I keep every evening I'm like, oh, I should play it. I should play it. Just not got around to it yet. It was at a fucking cliffhanger as well. Anywho, XP on death. Let's make it 10. Okay, so we should make it so when you level up, you get presented with a fucking choice of upgrades, roguelike. This is where like the actual fucking gameplay shit would come in. So we should just come up with like a handful, just to be lazy. We can go to Sprite and give them like little sprites as well. I don't know. Let me load Steam. We can obviously just use placeholders, but I'd rather at least hook up all the texturing first. I suspect I'll be using a custom state like I do with freeze frames to pause the gameplay and let you pick. This is where you get your shit like explode on reload or whatever. The meat and potatoes of the game. Did Apex change its icon on Steam? It's round now. Curious. Alright, Aspirate. Let me... I don't know, let's make a concept actually. I know you can't see Aspirate, by the way. There you go. So this was the tab overlay concept. What if I were to tell you that I can also use this to make my level up concept? Yeah, that's okay, maybe. Is it okay? No, I'll take a new screenshot. Hang on a moment. Level up concept. We can be very fancy with this. Here's my amazing concept art. I hope you like my concept art, because this is what you're going to see for like the next year. Don't think about how it looks like the revolver is losing shotgun shells when you reload it. The game's not real, and it won't hurt you much. Developer art, my beloved. Good enough. What's the program I'm using? This is Aspirate. Hello Rob, hello Greg, hello Bloom. Game Throne was gated. It still is, you can play it. It's just a simple concept, at least. What? Whatever. Rob, this is a concept. Don't worry about anything. I promise you I will not be selling the game on Steam with this concept art in the game. Let's watch a fucking LLM generate this shit. Anyway, Bumblebee bullet. Yeah, don't worry about anything to do with the art department, Rob. I need to build the system in the first place. Hello, bud. You're scolding your stupid teachers. God, I'd hate to be your teacher if that's how you're responding to the people taking the minimum wage job where they have to look after Gen Alpha. A thankless job, apparently. You should respect the adults that are taking the time out of their life to look after you. I certainly couldn't put up with kids all day. I've done this inverted. Don't tell anyone. Like that. Looks okay. Gets the point across. Yeah, naming things does not matter. There you go. That's the basic idea. So if you level up, you get fucking pick 3. At some point I'll sit down and make like 50 of these things, but for now we can just have a handful. They don't need to be fancy or balanced or make any sense, but it at least gives the game a bit of juice. You know, explosive reload in this case would make it so a gun that you reload frequently would be a bit more valuable. Incendiary would make a gun that shoots faster a bit more valuable, and reload would make a gun that is a pain to reload more valuable. So it's an alright baseline, just to give you an idea, like a taste of what the game would have. And they're also, these things I've done here are pretty easy to implement with my current in my current game. That's why I've started with these, and nothing too fancy. I've also chosen to make all the art 32 by 32, so I've got a bit of space to do something in. I could go for more space or less, but I think that's a good compromise. You can draw some decent art in 32 by 32. And this works for now. Let's say certain things are common or uncommon or whatever, just to test that out. I think this works. I can implement this. Yeah, naming stuff takes a while, so just get something down first. You can always refine it later. Game development's an iterative process. Don't try to do this all at once. Alright, now I'm trying to think, do I want the card to be... How do I want to do this? I'm thinking the most sensible... I wanted the game to minimize the amount of text. That's why there's a big icon of what's going on. So I could also make it so there's no text. You just have to guess based on the icon what happens. And you know, that's what a lot of games do. Like Isaac does that, and Nuclear Throne does that. Adding the English text underneath means that that's a thing I have to localize. Hopefully the icons are good enough, but it's another thing to make it obvious that it's like an English game. Whereas if it's just icons and stuff, it's easier to get your hand in even if you don't speak the language. Like if I wanted to port this to China, I'd no fucking idea how I'd get all that, or get all those characters written in here. So I could also... Hello, Nox. I could also consider an option that looks more like this. Oops. Yeah, with a bit more width underneath, maybe, but... I don't know how annoying this gets, as well. Like, it's always a trade-off with this stuff, right? Oh, God. Oh my, I'm alright, thank you. How are you, Prana? Someone else in chat's had a bad week, I think. I'm doing alright. I was at the gym earlier, so I've gotten my big task done, other than work, I guess. And I'm working on something fun now. Now, this is something I've been talking about doing for a while. Because if you did this, you can also center this, obviously, and I'm guessing that behind this would be a gray something. I don't think I'd implement blur. If I do implement blur, maybe, but kind of doubt it. So if I do this, like this, properties. Doing nothing plus 1 hour gym is productive day. I mean, I also had work, but yeah, I agree. Like, if I go to the gym, I feel better about myself, so it makes it a productive day. I think that's not controversial, right? I assume. One thing I could also do is make the backdrop to everything, like, black. And then have the outline in the color. Let's use a color I'm not using. Black or white or something custom. And then make the outline. Like if I wanted this to be like a rare item, I could do it like that. Or green for common. I don't know. I'm using a game engine. Nope. I'm doing it myself. Have a look in the description. Should be all the info you want. I could do this, obviously, this could also be white in the background. I like this part of concept art, where you can just kind of come up with stuff. It's very cheap and easy to edit this. Collection tab. I also kind of like the idea of it just being like a mystery. Like you pick it based on vibes, you know? If you show, I mean, obviously I'm also showing stats, so you can actually see if you hold shift what stats are changing, but like, I kind of like the idea of playing a game just completely vibe based, just being like, that looks cool, I'm gonna click that. That looks cool, I'm gonna click that. And then if you're like a super nerd, you can be like, oh yeah, obviously this run I'm gonna take incendiary and explosive and reload on kill. But like if you're just kind of playing it casually, you're like, that one looks sick, let's get that. And then it also makes a bit of a challenge for me to try and come up with decent sprites for this stuff. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Also make them transparent and just have them sit on there. I'm using OpenGL. All the information's on the task. I mean, under the description. Yeah, under the hood there's OpenGL, yeah. I mean, yeah, you could do it at the risk of rain style, or you can maybe go on the main menu to see what these the unlocks do, and then that incentivizes you to pick everything once. I'm not against that idea. Yeah, there's kind of like a few options here, right? What do you think, chat? I think I prefer the like non-verbal one. Myself. There's like the verbal one with a bunch of text to read, so leveling up. I'm in your YouTube featured tab. Nice. Hey, Mystic. You level up and you have to sit here and like read a bunch of text, or you level up and you're like, that one. You know? IMO, just the icon's kind of sick. I think it's like a layer of like mystery and confusion and annoyance and going around. Just don't include the collection in the pause menu. I mean, I could include the collection in the pause menu, but yeah. Hang on, I can just take a screenshot of this and put it side by side for you. In Paint or something. Might be easier to look at this way. Hang on a moment. I'm kind of leaning towards the icon one because I've discussed that I prefer that kind of design language. Where's Paint? Let's move that way up. You see Paint, right? And then I can hide the Paint dialogue like that. There you go. What do you think? I'm gonna go to the bathroom, have a think about it. I'll be back in like 10 seconds. Texas gives the vibe of, what does this do? Yeah, I mean, that's something I liked in Isaac, where like you see a new item, and you'd be like, what does that do? It's kind of ruined if you go towards it and it says plus 1% damage, plus 2 fire rate. You're like, well, obviously I'm going to take that one. Icons only is a little ambiguous, but it depends on how the designs end up. Maybe you can combine them with a list of icon-based stat numbers like 30% stat. Yeah, it really also depends what kind of upgrades I go for. There's a few schools of thought. One is to and I like and hate all sorts of things. The Nuclear Throne example is that most mutations, most upgrades fit in their own slot, and it's the only mutation you get that modifies that stat. So there's no point them revealing what the stat is. Bloodlust gives you health on kill. It's like, I don't know, the actual stat's like 10% or something, but they don't tell that to you. It just means health on kill. You have that, you sometimes get health on kill. You don't need to know what the amount is. You can't get multiple of them. They don't stack with anything. Strong Spirit gives you a hit on death, that sort of thing. Yeah, it gives you like 1 health. You get left on 1 health instead of dying, that sort of thing. That's one thing. And some of these things affect actual stats. So like stress actually makes you shoot faster. Or was it? Yeah, shoot faster, I think. Shooting, reloading in that game is the same thing. You've also got the Isaac stuff, where there's a few key items that actually change things. Like Mum's Knife gives you a knife instead of tears. Brimstone gives you brimstone laser beam instead of tears, so on. And those come with stat changes as well, but there's also just flat stat items. Like there's the pentagram, which is just +1 damage. That's what it does. So that can be... There's like a lot of items that basically do the same thing, like +1 health, +1 health, +1 health. They're all functionally identical. And I don't yet know what... I think for my game, I'd at least like to have a lot of unique things. Like, this is the reload on kill item. But I don't know if I'd have reload on kill 1, 2, and 3. Like, you could pick it again, it would stack. But it's because it's uncommon, maybe you're unlikely to get multiple of them. That's more like what Risk of Rain does, where you can get multiple of the same thing and they stack in different ways. So it has some items have linear scaling, some have exponential or like multiplicative, additive. Some of them have a cap. Some of them I think might not have a cap. For example, the clover in Risk of Rain, every time you fail a roll, it re-rolls. So it's functionally like you are twice as lucky. The third one re-rolls a third time, I think. So it's kind of like you get 100% more lucky each time or something. I don't remember the exact maths on it. That might be wrong, but there's the crit up in Risk of Rain. I think it's like plus 10% crit, the glasses. Those finish at 10. There's no point in having more than 10. And those additively add up to have more crit. And there's some other ones I can't remember which are multiplicative. Like every one you have multiplies up to a point. I couldn't remember off the top of my head which ones those are though. There'll be some with bad effects. Don't know. I do like trade-offs, especially if it's a shortish roguelite. You might not feel the effects for like, the rest of the, you won't. If you pick up something that's like you miss, you take damage, so you're pissed off. It's not like you have to wait long until you start a new run. Like the Boston Basher in TF2 where you miss and you start bleeding, that sort of thing. I think I like the Risk of Rain approach, where you have a bunch of unique things. Some of them can be stat changes, and some of them can just be direct, like you do something now, like the mushrooms, where if you stand still, you start healing. That's just like a new mechanic you get. It doesn't modify a pre-existing mechanic. It's like a new thing you can do. I don't know if the quail does that too, where you get to leap forwards. Double jump movement, all that. And I'll be honest, I think I prefer the style of Risk of Rain upgrades just because it's fun to stack stuff as well. Be like, oh, I wanna get the damage ups, so I'm just gonna stack as many of those as possible. But you can interchange those with some of the more Nuclear Throne-y things where you only really get one of them. And Vermintide has that as well. Like in Risk of Rain, you have the ukulele, so when you shoot your bullet, it hits something, it has a chance to ricochet some lightning to another enemy, functionally making your single-shot weapon multi-hit. The Vermintide version of that is just a one-off rare. You just summon lightning or something when you hit stuff. The Risk of Rain one adds chance. The more of them you have, the more likely it is you spawn that lightning or something. And I think it buffs the lightning as well, somehow. I don't remember exactly. But it means just getting one ukulele is nice, because you go from having 0 AoE to some. And that's a really big jump. So yeah, that's my thoughts in my head right now. That's something I need to sit down with a pen and paper and steal from other games. I mean, come up with my own ideas, like Crit Up. Anyway, going with if we were talking about the Risk of Rain stuff, I think it tells you what stat it changes. If you're getting, I think, does it tell you? It might not tell you. Does it say crit up? Does it say 10% crit up? I don't think it tells you directly. Because if it's directly modifying something, you could have an icon and then show that it's improving it. If I have reload on kill, you could always show your number of stacks you've got of it. Really depends. I'm gonna just stick with this stuff for now, and then we can expand on it in the future. We still need to have like a vertical slice of the game, like a level 1. Mash them together, yeah. I'm just talking about my favorite games and the things I like in them to make my own favorite game, because that's what game dev is. It's about making your favorite game. That's what's fun. And then when I'm 50 and really sick of it, I can finally play it and go like, oh, I need to fix that. Oh, I need to fix that. Oh, that sucks. Which sounds like fun. Anyway, I'm going to go with this textless approach for now. I had other thoughts as well. So, like, in Vermintide, as you go through a level, you are presented with OSRS. Wow. You're presented with stations to like buy upgrades and weapon changes and stuff as well. And I think I'd like to have those in mine as well, but I don't really know what to use as currency. I was thinking you could use experience as currency, but you know, you could have a different stat. You could have total experience gained and then your actual level. You know, if you gain experience on an enemy, you could store that and you could spend it, but like blood. There are a lot of games that use blood as currency. In there. Use your own health as currency. It makes like anything that gives you health back really broken, because then you can just sit there and buy everything out. I mean, I like the pillars in Risk of Rain that take like 50% of your health or whatever when you use it. Creativity is fun. Anyway, I'm just gonna crack on and start trying to implement a few things. So we're gonna make something that is long. I'm just gonna pop these into the... It's fun to discuss this stuff finally, because I feel like I'm making a game again. Not that I wasn't, I guess. Whee! Guess I could just pop those in. Whoops, you're on the wrong layer. Was it not 32 by 32? Did I make you 42 by 42? Oh no, your inner is 32 by 32, isn't it? Yeah, that makes sense. Because the outer border I'm just going to draw as its own thing. I just don't want the game to have boring upgrades, which it's very easy to make. You don't want to go, oh, you know, when you see something? You want to go, ooh. I hope. We can come up with the fourth one, right? Ammo on kill. I'm gonna have a bloodlust. I'm gonna have a health on kill. I think that's okay. But maybe we need to do something else. Health on kill with a melee weapon? Yeah, a bit specific. Health on hit? Yeah, I mean, like, bullets that give you health are always kind of a funny one, aren't they? Instantly teleport to whoever you killed. That might get really fucking annoying. But it's yeah, it's an interesting thought. You can certainly do stuff like that. This guy has vocals? That's crazy. I didn't know he did vocal music. This could be you, chat, but you're playing. A heavy minigun? Dude, that would be insane. I shouldn't be spending any time on this concept art. I just kind of enjoy doing art. I like it. Bit fun. Make it so you could eat corpses. That's kind of metal. Immediately getting a fucking Peggy 18 rating for adding cannibalism to my roguelite. It's a sort of grey. Don't look like you're teabagging them. Looks appropriate. This shit's fucking funny. What's up? Hello, Luna. Oh. Oh, sorry, I'm enjoying myself. Shit, I love art, dude. You can just do this. What's the effect supposed to be? I think you could like walk over corpses and like get health back from them or something sometimes. I don't know. Maybe enemies could drop like a health orb on death. Like it doesn't have to be too fancy. I just think this is fucking funny. Yeah. Perfect. Instant plus 18 label. Do you think so? I think it's pretty good. It'll do for now until we, and by we I mean me, until I get better at art and I can do this again in the future. Not to say that this isn't, like, the best art you've ever seen, obviously, but, you know. Gotta leave some room for myself in the future, gotta give myself some work. Yummy. It's the best you've seen. Thank you. I appreciate someone who understands art. I think vampire teeth would be safer. What do you think these are? I don't know. I don't think anyone's given me a fucking Peggy rating for this. I'd be surprised if Peggy even cares about my game. Don't want that. Yeah, this will do. Yeah. Perfect. Shouldn't spend any more time on this. It's so hard, but it's so much fun. Don't know if they will, just saying your thoughts. Here you go. This is not concepts, this is official art for the game. I'm gonna call this upgrades. Sure. Perfecto. Export as upgrades. .png. Yeah. Alright, so it's a 32 by 32 image going horizontally. Easy game. Where do I normally put this stuff? Here we go. Maybe? No. System? No. It's this stuff, yeah. So, let me think. We can do it like this. Upgrade type. And then what do we have? Explosive reload, incendiary. Incendiary bullets. And then, oh wow. Reload, ammo on kill and vampire, I don't know. I'm gonna write vampire and not cannibal, just to keep it on the nose. You mentioned localizing to China, but this would disqualify you from that. Fixed. It's oil. We're killing robots. And they're not dead. They're being recycled. The skull would be the second one. Yeah, China doesn't like skulls. Instead of killing something, you're turning it off. Putting it in standby. Standby. How would it look in how would you put a head in standby mode? Something like this, I think. The fucking Wygoren making their fucking perfect game. How's your guys' Chinese going? I haven't been learning, but I know I probably should. There you go. You're making someone 404. I think that's robotic. And we know China's going to go heavy on the robotics once their like working population ages out of being able to produce things in a factory. So this will go well, I think. There you go. Phew. Just don't think about how you need to make bullets explode or set things on fire because they're 404ing. It's chill. Ammo on kill, ammo on frag. Vampire? Vampire robot. Nah, vampire's fine. They're not undead, they're just old. Whew. Right, it can be upgrade type count. Do you need names? I'll copy it for now, but I don't know if this is totally necessary. Wait. Alright, that'll do. Let me think. Bullet time. I made that one vertical, didn't I? Bullets. Probably should have a precedent for this stuff, I should be real. Usually left to right is animated, up to down is new, right? I think that's the standard I usually use. Yeah. Let's maintain that. Holy shit. Peak song. It's been so long since this update. How much has happened? You know, I started playing BA when it roughly when it came on global. When I was in Australia. That was so fucking long ago. Yeah, in case I want to animate the upgrade for some reason, I could. Maybe the blood effects. This isn't blood. This is motor oil. Hydrogen motor oil in CS2. Oh, CS2, sorry, gets away with just about everything except for skulls and weapons. Oh yeah. Well, I remember they had the silly mode in Germany where instead of people dying, they just laid on their hands and knees. Which was really funny. If you threw an incendiary grenade at someone in Counter-Strike in the German version, it would they just kneel to the ground in the incendiary grenade. TF2 had that too, right? things would explode into like balloon animals and stuff. Atsui, Atsui, Atsui. I don't even know if you can hear the fucking music, but it's funny. She's saying, it's hot. Actively burning down. Sweet. Did I put it upgrades? Yeah. Pretty sure I put it in hard, right? Guess we'll find out. Man, Clang D is having a terrible day. Like I could just hardcode this shit in here. Whatever. I've made my bed. Great tune. Is it a different Atsui remix? Holy shit. Like a lot of this shit could be similar. I don't know. Like, these are all really fucking similar functions. Or we could just pass in this size. Yeah, I don't know why I'd be copying this each time. I think one of these days I'll sit down and refactor this. Just not today. Okay. Should be good, should be good, should be good, should be good. We now need to have a system when you level up to change the game state. So I also need to think about how I want to store these components. I'm kind of thinking that each upgrade should just be its own component, because then you can give the enemies those components, and that's kind of sick. I could also make it so it's something in the inventory, like the inventory can hold on to upgrades. Similar sort of thing, to be honest. It just means that it's a bit more annoying to get what upgrades you have. Like, instead of checking does the player have reload on kill, or does the entity have reload on kill as a component, you'd have to check, do they have an inventory, and does the inventory's upgrades contain the... You could say the inventory makes sense for now, because the inventory is more like the weapon holster, if that makes sense. And if I had consumables, I'd probably pop that in there too. I have a feeling upgrades should be in its own thing. But then again, if I don't have upgrades within like a list, it's going to be kind of a pain to draw them. Like if I just want to display all the upgrades on the screen, I'd have to go through all potential upgrades and then make an array then, which would be ugly. Because I would like to display them on screen and in a little icons. Do I need to draw little icons for all the upgrades? Maybe I do. Could make it so the tab menu actually pauses the game and you toggle it. And that there's like a screen to look at your upgrades. I think Nuclear Throne has tiny icons for each thing, which kind of works. And Risk of Rain has it too, but... Actually, I think they have it too, yeah. I can have upgrades big and upgrades small. It does double the amount of work. Upgrades small and upgrades big. Upgrades big. And then upgrades small. Obviously I could put them next to each other and then never have animated upgrades. I'd have to work out how to skip. No, this is fine. I want to do it 8x8 or 16x16. Whatever. I think 8x8 might be really painful. I can just see if the default, for now, nearest neighbor kind of works. I think, I'm assuming it's using nearest neighbor at least. Kind of does the job. Until we get fancier art, I think this will do just fine. I've kind of on purpose made the icons big and chunky anyway. Good enough. That's what a fork looks like, right? It does the job. I shouldn't really be cleaning this art up, but it's kind of fun to do, isn't it? There you go, big and small. Upgrades big, upgrades small, and then we'll just quickly go into data and delete upgrades.png. You can be an array of pair. Big to small. Doesn't need to be a pair, I can make it struct, I guess. Just to naming convention's sake. upgrade sequence. And then what is that vector? One of these, right? Big. Small. There you go. Big and small. Nice and easy. So you can be a vector of... There we go, upgrade sequences. And then you can return an array of upgrade sequences. Upgrade big? Did I call it upgrades big and upgrade small, right? Also, if I refactored all this into one thing, then I could just separately load the sequences and put them in. That works, obviously, but for now this will do. I've got file path big, file path small, yeah. Meh. I'm gonna be lazy. Good enough. Let me think. I'm just gonna make a components for now, just called... Oh, it's on inventory. I can just use inventory for this. I think that's okay. Or I could put on stat sheet. Struct. Let's have upgrades. Just chuck it in the inventory, it's fine. No. What upgrades did I add again? I guess I just need to store it as type, don't I? That makes life easy. Then again, iterating over a vector every time you want to check if someone has an upgrade kind of sucks. So having it as a component might make sense. Could do both. Duplicating data in an effort to make things faster is actually viable. Obviously, usually you just want to have every data type once. So if something has incendiary bullets, you'd rather that's just in one place. But there's no rule that says you can't have a list of upgrades on the inventory that you use for drawing and if you don't mind iterating. But then separately having them as components, as long as you have a decent system for maintaining parity. You can have components where I have the list. Well, I'm discussing the options. If you have them as components, it makes fetching them as instant as the registry is for anything. But it makes any iterative work a pain in the fucking arse. So if I wanted to draw them in the HUD, for example, that's a pretty reasonable request. If it's in a vector, you simply iterate over the vector and then draw them. Make a reusable function for iterating them. I feel like it's a decent excuse for having two copies of the data, to be honest. I don't know. Obviously, if unordered map worked the way I wanted it to, then having it here would be nice. But as we've discussed, apparently iterating over a vector is faster than... Well, iterating over an array, at least, is faster than the hashing function in unordered map, which is a shame. Because I would have definitely just put that in here, and then you could just iterate over the keys in the unordered map, or just use that order 1 accessibility. But apparently C++ doesn't like... It's easier to just iterate. And then again, I may be overthinking it. Like, we're iterating over data all the time. It's pretty quick for a computer to do. Every single frame, every time you want to need it. It's a computer thing. I know it's a computer thing. You went to uni, right? Did they not tell you to use hash maps for everything? I thought it was pretty common education point. They fucking love hash maps. They just fail to tell you that it doesn't matter until you have about 10,000 elements in your array. I'm just thinking, the kinds of components I've got, that's not true. 10k? It might be more than that, it might be more like 1 million. I don't know. We discovered with my map, at least, with many tiles, that changing from hash, or changing from an unordered map to an array sped things up several times. Unfortunately, because I love the data type of an unordered map of a hash map. I think it's really cool, but apparently it's not performant at all. Writing stuff in accounting apps in Java. Well, yeah, of course. What type of game am I making? I'm making a roguelike. There should be lots of info in the description if you want to read up. We're working on upgrades today, which is actually like a roguelite thing. Isn't that crazy? 20 to 50 elements of vector is just as fast or faster. Usually wins. Are you giving me a LLM response? I've never heard a human type usually wins. Because that's not true at all. 100 elements, I'm pretty sure unordered map is still slower than just iterating over an array. Well, it depends what you're doing. We were using every element in the array, in which point you're iterating over it anyway. You might as well use everything. If I wanted to access every element in an unordered map, it's always faster to have that unordered map as an array, because you're iterating over everything anyway, and then iterating is just incrementing a pointer by 1. It's easy. But in the case of these Just use a map. What are you talking about? No, that's wrong. That's incorrect. That's not correct. I just explained. We used to have the level data, all the chunks and all the tiles used to be in unordered maps. That's how I originally wrote it. But we just replaced everything with arrays, with fixed size arrays, so they're going on the stack, and it genuinely sped things up like several times. It's a lot faster. There's a lot of tiles in the level, like thousands and thousands and thousands, and it is faster to iterate for infrequent lookups and frequent alike. The hash function by default was just not so good, because for my elements on the map, you have to order everything by X, Y, and Z. So everything was hashed by its X, Y, and Z, which involved a lot of calculations. It's just a lot faster to just go. You never need to get them once, then never again. Well, no, but you know, if you say blow up a wall, you want to check all the tiles nearby. It's faster to iterate through every tile in that chunk to find the tiles that have been impacted by the explosion. It's faster to iterate through an array for that than to use a hashing function. You can. I don't know if it's obvious from the VODs, but this was like a month or two ago we did this. You might be able to find the VOD and then see me react to that. Because I always thought hash maps were better, but yeah, I learned something. We decided on a name. I mean, the work in progress name is Woho, but I don't... It's kind of gotten to that point where the temporary name has been the name for so long, it might as well be the name, but I don't know. The name's not very unique. I mean, it's unique. I bet if you Google... What happens if you Google Woho? What comes up? Probably just comes up with Toho, right? Woho. Woohoo! Glad to see you're bringing the high energy. The Google AI shows up. Hang on. Can I tell the Google AI... What can you tell it? Disappear. Doesn't it, like, go away? Disappear. It just gives me the translation. For each algorithm, blah, 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 blah. Okay, donut. You're absolutely right. Anyway, look. For now, we can always refactor data structures in the future. It takes no time at all. I'm just going to sit with a nice, simple vector. I'm going to store it in the inventory, so enemies could also have upgrades because they also have an inventory. If I'm firing a bullet and I want to know if the bullet is going to be incendiary, then I'm just going to go through this array once and see if it has incendiary. Easy. Easy. Could even be faster to say have a couple of different arrays. You know, there could be one for weapon upgrades, player upgrades, and then you could split them a little bit. And at that point, you're now separating your data a bit on the heap. And if I wanted to iterate through all the components, but then, you know, maybe I'm only going through weapon components. None of this matters. This computer can do 5 billion calculations a second. There's a point where you just got to think, man. The inventory is fine. For now, this is fine. For now, as I said, refactoring is for now is not so fancy. Hello, Mims. Anyway, upgrades, empty, bam, easy. So we've got upgrade type, upgrades. Easy game, easy life. What I'm going to do is, in here we've got level, XP to level, experience, blah, 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 blah. Are all the upgrades just off on? For now, yes. For now, yes. I mean, we were discussing upgrades earlier and how I might want to do scaling, and you can have multiple of a certain upgrade, or you would get another tier of it, or... That's a job for later. It could be the case that if I wanted to have a tier 2 of Vampire, I would just call it Vampire 2, draw a second sprite, and then if you roll Vampire, check to see if we've already got it. If you've already got it, give you version 2. Easy peasy, replace the thing in your inventory with the upgrade. Alternatively, you could have pairs and... a bit set. If you aren't going to change them, then the optimal thing would just be a bit set. I mean, I could also have it as a big bit set. Well, actually, let me think for a second. So, I guess that's what we're doing with... Is that what we're doing with tile type? Tile type's just a UN8T, right? That might be what we were doing there. We're right at the start, so things are in greenfield. Upgrade types are just a enum class. It's a UN8T. So this would just be a vector of UN8Ts. I don't necessarily know. My imagination is that that's quite small and quite cheap to go around. But of course you could have a bit set. You know, you could have where am I? I'm pretty sure I was doing that in map, right? Where I'm where am I doing this? Maybe I'm not. Has collision. Was I doing this somewhere? I thought I was. Where you basically you just Wouldn't it be the worst idea that you'd have to keep it in sync? Separate bit set. I'm just trying to think if we're overthinking this. Adding complication just because it might save 10 cycles can matter, but it can also not matter. It really depends how often I'm doing this. Every display, obviously we will be iterating through every single upgrade and drawing it to the screen. But I'm only going to put that in the tab screen, I think. When you hold... Can I compile? Does the game compile? Sorry, I haven't checked in a while. When you hold tab and it shows you your upgrades, I could just hide all the upgrades behind this screen, and I think I will. In which case, we can use slightly worse performing code, because you're only going to see all your upgrades when you're holding the button that shows you a bunch of data. You're not going to be playing at this point. The game running 1 FPS slower at 240 FPS won't matter if you're holding tab and staring at all these stats anyway. Assuming this is how I do this. I was just kind of thinking that maybe this just block in the top right. I move the weapons down and I just put a big list of all your upgrades on here somewhere. Hello, boss. This was the plan, at least. So you hold tab and then for every display cycle that you are holding tab, it can search through your inventory and draw all the icons one at a time in a sequence, blah, 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 blah. And then when you let go, it's done. Otherwise, the only time I'd be looking up your upgrade is when it is impactful. So explosion on reload would just be on reload. Incendiary fire would only be on when you fire. Ammo on kill is only on kill. And the vampire thing would only be on kill as well. So this isn't exactly stuff that's running every single tick or every upgrade. This is only one check every now and then. Hello, boss. Your comment still shows up on the on-screen display, even if you delete it. But hello. This is niche people. If the bit set and vector are private and have public set as getters that are poly variant, you can make sure they won't do things. Yeah, but I'm trying to think about what the value is. If I'm just adding extra complexity for slightly faster lookup times, where, you know, in reality, how many upgrades a player going to have? If the game goes on for an hour, less than 50, let's say less than 100 to be generous. Let's say for some reason the player has 100 upgrades, way more than likely, but let's say. We have to iterate over that every time you shoot, every time you reload. But then again, if we're also doing like movement changes or stat changes, we might be doing it a lot more often, and that's when it becomes more annoying. If we had an upgrade that was like, you don't get slowed down by spider webs or whatever, then you'd have to check in update every time you're doing collision with a spider web or whatever, and then fast lookup does kind of matter. Keeping a couple branches every time you spawn a bullet. Yeah, because I was thinking, like, for now, iterating over an array of max 50 items every time you shoot is nothing. But if we include upgrades that also affect physics-related things, then it may happen in update. And then that would suck. right? At which point, treating your... Do you see paint? You don't see paint. Do I would have another paint open? I do. Hang on a moment. You see paint? You don't. Why wouldn't you let me close paint? Here we go. Alright. Reset paint. Here we go. This is paint, okay. If we had your upgrade as like a bit set, the idea would basically just be that blah 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 blah. You have this upgrade, these two, this one, and so on. And then this would just be as long as many upgrades there are in the game. Unique upgrades, that is. So this, you can't have extra data on the upgrades, like how many you have. So let's presume if I were to do this, then I would make it so upgrades would be iterative. You could even have a secondary bit set that says... No, secondary bit set doesn't make sense. Oh, fuck it. I'd maybe just say that if you get the tier 2 of the damage upgrade, it's just tier 2. It's a different upgrade. How long have you been working on this? Since 2020, and what percent is complete? Somewhere between 1 and 100. I don't know. Vibe-wise, I have no fucking idea how long I've been, like, how far through we are. The engine's chugging along. I mean, we're discussing pretty important stuff, but we're not in like the content making phase. That bit is very variable. Like once most of the engine's in place, and you can play through a level in like a vertical slice. Most things are in place at that point, that it's just a case of adding lots and lots and lots of content that builds on that. We're not at that stage yet. We're still building the engine. If only one player that uses the system and then they only have 50 upgrades, then running this loop 10 times a frame will have no impact. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Like, it feels wrong to me as you're moving... Let's say there's an upgrade that gives you 20% movement speed. That's whatever. Every time you're calculating physics, you'd have to check if they have an inventory. You'd have to check if they have that particular upgrade, and then you'd have to apply that as an extra blah blah blah. Which would be a great excuse to have that as a component, because then you just do a direct component lookup on the entity, bish bash bosh. At which point, I think having things separate as a component in a list makes sense, which was my original proposal. The inventory could simply have a function that takes an entity, takes the component you want to add, or the type, could be the upgrade type. It adds it to its bit set or its vector or whatever, and then also adds that component to the entity. I don't think you'd ever remove upgrades, but if you did want to remove upgrades for some reason, you could have a function that does the same thing to ensure parity. So you'd never directly assign one of these components to something. You'd have to go through the inventory to do it. But then that might work as well, right? At which point... Yeah, I mean, I don't hate that. The data duplication, again, it just depends on, indeed, how expensive it is to iterate. A type component is basically a registry-wide bit set. It's not a bad idea, but hard to keep in sync. It's not that much harder to keep in sync. It's a complication you have to keep in mind, but this isn't new to me. The idea of having duplicate data that you need to maintain parity with. Easier to desync. I think in this case, we can avoid desyncs decently easily by just only using functions to apply upgrades. Obviously, you could always add a component. I just have to say don't do that. But if I think, let's say we're the player, I want the player to get an upgrade. You do it on level up, you do it at a station, you start the game with it, whatever. I would just go to the inventory and say add upgrade, and I would just let the inventory do whatever. It can store it, it can apply components. But then the problem with adding components is that you'd have to do it next frame, which is okay, but it does mean that the bit set, obviously, you can just update like that. If it's adding a component to an entity, you can't do that while iterating over the registry, so I'd have to make it a console command, which is fine, I think, but then that's also a potential for desyncing. If you immediately add the upgrade to the inventory as a tag, and then say next update cycle, add this component to the player, if the game ends in that cycle, that could somehow cause problems, maybe? Feels very unlikely, because updates are hundreds of times a second. But I could maybe see that being a desync problem. I mean, it could also be the case that when I want to apply the update component to something, I could check if that entity has an inventory, check if the inventory has that flag, and only then give them the component. That might solve the problem. Adds a little bit of overhead that might not usually matter, but once, whenever you get an upgrade, to add a microsecond, I think is... nanosecond is fine. Hello, you're new. Would knowing C++ make you good at Unreal Engine 5? Well, yes, absolutely. learning the language the engine uses would make you better at using the engine. I know you can use blueprints, but don't. I wouldn't recommend that at all. The logic you're doing with code is the same. The syntax is something you'd have to learn. Hello, Rody. Thank you. Okay, It's my picnic. I'm gonna make my own sandwich. The phrase I've just come up with. I hope you like it. I'm going to say that upgrades can all be a component, so they could all have unique gubbins on them. So I don't know if I need a base upgrade. I might just add that for now. I don't know if it always needs it. And then just have this. In fact, I mean, the upgrade itself could... The struct could also have a reference to its art as well. Yeah. I like this. I'm going to write it. I don't really know if there's value in having them all subclass upgrade. Necessarily. Unreal has a lot of idiosyncrasies that knowing C++ in general won't teach you. That's true, but I mean, the engine is a thing to learn in and of itself, right? Actor pawn and so on. Yeah, that's fine though. That's the choice of learning Unreal. But all that stuff is written in C++. When you spawn in an actor and you do it by typing spawn actor. I don't remember what the syntax is, but hello. You do have less on this time the older you get. Yeah, it happens, doesn't it? Spread the love and kindness. Good night, dude. Thanks for popping in. Have a lovely evening. Bye-bye. Yeah, I would recommend learning C++ if you want to do Unreal stuff. I think that's a smart idea. The upgrade type is simply a U in 8T. If you jumped into Unreal and tried to code the way you'd want to, there'd be a lot of friction. Well, yeah, but you're talking about picking up like a 25, 30, maybe even older year-old mega engine with loads and loads and loads and loads of well, you said it yourself, idiosyncrasies. Fuck, I can't speak. I think it's not so hard. I mean, I was able to use it as a university student, obviously not to its like, you know, highest potential, but I got a mini golf game done. I'd never done 3D game before, and I was able to crack on with it. I was able to integrate my own, all that cool procedural generation stuff as a uni student. I was able to integrate that into a game just fine. Wouldn't it be better to put each component in a separate file? It's getting to the point that having at least separate files for components would make sense, just because every time I update this file, it causes a cache, I don't know if cache reload's the right word, but it causes a lot of headers that include this header to have to rebuild. So I probably should extract some of this stuff. Certainly some of the heavier components could be in their own files, or the things that I'm more likely to change. Like weapon, enemy behavior, player stuff, that could all be in its own file, certainly. I just can't be asked. I'm using VS Code. It's not that much fancier than Notepad++. There's no easy refactor to file that works and wouldn't just be slower than me just copy and pasting a empty header or Control-N player.hp thing, man. Can't be asked. I'll do that at some point. It would make some things better, certainly. I jumped right into Unreal, which is the opposite of what they asked about. No, I'd done C++ at university and then picked up Unreal so I could learn more. I used it having done C++ in uni and thought, oh, this was cool. So for your dissertation, you get to do anything. I picked doing a game. But I also had a game development course, or module, where you got to pick between Unity and Unreal. And I thought C++ seemed more interesting than C#, so I picked Unreal. So I had a little experience. I made a clone of Boxhead. Do you remember that Flash game, Boxhead? It's like a Rambo game. You run around and shoot little bullets and it kills zombies. It was quite cool. I made it. This was that module in the past I'd complained about having a... I was with someone who did no work, and I was really pissed because they wouldn't let me... They didn't let one person do all the work. They were forced to do 50-50, which meant that I'd do half the work and they'd do 0. So it meant I actually had to do 100% of the work, and then at the end I had to claim that I'd done all the work because they wouldn't do anything, and they were like, chill, here's an A-star. The other guy's a shithead. Really nice of them. The teacher, they understood. It was annoying because I wanted to work on this loads, and I was constantly gatekept by my fellow student who was doing nothing. It was cool. I made this little arena in 3D out of boxes. The enemies would spawn in this area or this area behind walls. You would walk around the middle. You could move around, bump against the walls and stuff. The enemies would move towards you with Unreal's pathing. You could click or spacebar or something to shoot little bullets at them, and they took damage and eventually fell over and exploded. I think the enemies were basically just cylinders. They might have had I think I modeled a very basic Minecraft zombie like this. It was good fun. Little game dev project. So I was like, oh, I'll make a mini golf game as well for my dissertation. Still fairly early, all things considered. Oh yeah, but you got to start somewhere, right? You're given the option to learn. You should take it, huh? Remember that my dissertation originally was not Unreal. I'd made a bunch of procedural generation algorithms for a mini golf game as a terminal application, but I thought this is going to be a pain to do something with, so I made a whole fucking mini golf game to implement it in so I could test it. The actual proper work was the procedural generation algorithm stuff. I just really enjoyed making a mini golf game and found it as a free excuse to spend 6 months of my student life building a game in Unreal. It was sort of bonus work. Bonus half a year work. Biggest bottleneck with Unreal is PC specs. Can you just use an older version of Unreal? Can you just use UE4? I think I did my old game on UE4. You just have to make stuff from scratch using the LibDonut SDL. It's really annoying. Bit annoying. Kind of what I'm doing. You're a CS student, you're asking for programming and fiddling with stuff in Unreal. It's fun. Pick what's fun, because then you're more likely to spend time on it, and the more time you spend on it, the better you get at it. It's harder to improve at something if you have to force yourself to do it, as I'm sure you found out as a student. So if you found yourself passionate for something, then do it. Passion's a fleeting feeling, unfortunately. Learning some basics of assembly is essential. I wouldn't say it's essential, but understanding like super basics is handy just as like to know what the computer's doing. I couldn't quote off the top of my head how to write assembly, but it's nice to know like what a cycle is. It's nice to know that certain operations are more expensive for a particular reason, or were in the past. Like, why is a divide more expensive than that multiply? Or, you know, why is ARM better at certain things than x86? Well, you know, it's a RISC architecture. It's got a more limited instruction set. Is instruction set the right word? Meh. I don't know. I don't remember. I think it is. So Intel's, or x86 is better on certain things because they have some really specific assembly instructions, whereas ARM is quite power efficient for some other fucking reason. There. Shows how much I know. But assembly's interesting enough. It's nice to know that the C++ you're writing goes down into eventually into machine language, and that you can represent all of those ones and zeros in a sort of humanish readable format that is assembly. It's nice to see, basically all we're doing is what we were taught in uni. We're moving stuff from some address, or we're reading something, storing it in a little cache somewhere, and loading or incrementing or decrementing. It's interesting how basic computers are down at the lower level. You're just adding and subtracting, and it's kind of fun, I guess. But yeah, you don't need to know a lot. I didn't do assembly at uni. I think we did a very basic, like, 1 day or 2. They gave us like a PowerPoint and said, "This is what's going on." Hello, 6. Poor Englishman. Yeah. It's nice to be able to compare stuff in Compiler Explorer. That's true. If you're using Godbolt? Is it Godbolt? Yeah, if you're using Godbolt Compiler Explorer, you can type in godbolt.org. You can type in a piece of code, and it will show you the assembly equivalent. So it's really nice if you're wondering, is this chunk of code more efficient than this one in terms of cycles? You just paste it into Godbolt, and it shows you this one is 100 lines long, this is 5. Nice to see. It's nice to... I'm not this good at it, but I have some colleagues that are quite good at looking at Godbolt and knowing, based on the result, how to modify their C++ code to be more efficient. That's sort of like a higher level of engineering to me. They'll see like a pattern in the assembly and think, oh, I know how to... this is because we've done this in C++ on the left. If we just do this little hack here, we can make things better, but it's a bit much. How'd you handle a seg fault at 3 AM? Go to sleep. You're writing your game in stripped back C++. Poor Welshman. By stripped back, you mean you're not using the standard template library, or you're using an older version, or what? Basics of ASM like struct and ASM basics syscalls pointer using them. You know more than me, I'll be honest. I've never... Well, I don't know if I wrote assembly in uni. Maybe on paper with a pencil. I don't write assembly. Like, if that helps, you don't need that much. Maybe it helps. To my knowledge, maybe this is different these days, but Unreal Engine's collision detection code used to be written in assembly, or some chunks of it. If you're running something 1 trillion times a second and you want it to be as efficient as possible, it doesn't really get better than handwriting 1 million things in assembly. There's a library that does that for... What is it? Is it regex? Is it RE... Is that how RE2 works? No. No, that's something else. There's... I think it's a common maths library that... I think it's maths. There's a common-ish maths library for C++ where it's like the most efficient version of those functions you can possibly call, because some people have sat down and handwritten like a ton of assembly to make the most efficient form of square root or whatever that's possible in each architecture. That's like crazy stuff though. Was it is it Egan? Blaze? Maybe? Egan... Blas. Egan is a linear algebra. This sort of thing. Blas? Yeah, Eigen, Blas. This sort of thing. Yeah, exactly. It's awesome what people are able to do. Not necessary to get your program working, but if you're using let's say you're working in stocks, high-speed trading, this sort of stuff does matter, because like the sub-nanosecond can be the difference of a trade made or not. That's usually where this stuff actually matters. It's always fucking stocks. It's always trading. People put their headquarters like next to the New York Stock Exchange, so they have the lowest latency, and they try to run it on the fastest machines possible to make like micro pennies, but then if they do that a trillion times a second, they make reasonable amount of money. Although there is also, was it last year or a few years ago, some stock trading company used an LLM, I think, to help predict the markets, or it might have just been an algorithm. It might not have been an LLM, and it lost them an insane amount of money just because of some faulty algorithm, or it thought it saw something. I don't remember the story. It was interesting. It's a blast wrapper. Oh yeah. Yeah, stuff's cool. Was it Sebastian Lung? I can't remember his name. The programmer. Sounds Nordic. I don't know if he is. Maybe he mentioned this as well. Because he was doing a Rubik's Cube solver and a chess solver, and there's always this sort of stuff. What's going on here? We were talking about libraries. I was actually working on my cool roguelike indie game and adding upgrades, but we got sidetracked. For trading, they use CUDA programming. Single instruction, multiple data, but passing stuff to GPU with libs like thrust or highway. That's cool. Okay. Hang on a moment. Inventory. So, inventory. You're going to have a upgrade type upgrades. That's private. Is that private? Yeah. Okay. So we're going to have a add upgrade. We're going to want entity. Should have this stuff down here actually. Oh hey, thanks 6 for 12. Thanks for the Prime sub. Didn't realize you're on Twitch. Oh yeah, I'm dual streaming. What engine am I using? I'm building my own. There's all sorts of info in the description. So let's think. Vector currently doesn't have any. The upgrades Vector doesn't have anything. Does set make sense? No, I think Vector's fine. I can just... Upgrades are not added that often. I can just do a duplication check once. One iteration is just fine. Now let me just try and remember. Is it STD ranges find? And then... Oh no, it wasn't find. I always... It should be something like inventory... upgrades... I remember there being a newer syntax for this, where you say upgrades, and we're trying to find upgrade, and then we say this isn't equal to upgrades dot end or something. There was some syntax, like, or maybe it's just that. Okay. Love you some Fortran. I have never done anything with Fortran. My beard doesn't have enough grey in it for that. The OOP model's quite interesting. You made a game in SDL2 with it. Fun. That's really cool. Oh, thanks, Sid.
Good luck with your game.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. I'm using for rendering. Under the hood, it's OpenGL and SDL2, but I'm using LibDonut to help handle that stuff. There's information in the description. I think if contains, it's in C++23. No, I was thinking of this syntax, but contains would be nice too. If they don't have the upgrade that yet, then I will perform a secondary check just to be absolutely certain. Just like this, because this stuff can be a little expensive. That's okay. All of oh no, how would I do that? I'd need to work out a way to. How would I do this? Can you do this in C++? I would want. Oh no, you can't have functions on enum classes, right? I could have like a function in anonymous namespace. I just wanted a way to go from the enum to the relevant component. Obviously, this would be pretty trivial in a language with reflection, or a language where you can just do anything in an enum other than store it as a number. But in this, I'm wondering how best to do that, because in my head, I'd want something like oh, pop it in here. Let's just say enum to do what again? Let me write out the pseudo first, and we can think. So I'd like to return. I don't know if it needs to be a template. What was it? Would it templated? What was the declaration again? Template t get component, and then you type in an upgrade type, and then you'd basically just say over the type you do a switch. But then t, obviously you can't template it because you don't know what the type is yet, right? I have made them all parent from upgrade. So you could say you're going to return something that's an upgrade. Oh, sorry. You're annoyed because you are... Yeah. You know, can you populate for me? Alright, VS Code doesn't want to do that. Oh, I guess I'll... You're already using lookup tables for this sort of thing all over this file. Yeah. Hello, what did you miss? What is an enum? An enumerator. In this case, it's just a uint8t with a English readable tag, if that makes sense. So I can write explosive reload. It's a 0. It's the first element. It's a 0. The next one is a 1. It's a 2. It's a 3. But it means I can type upgrade type ammo1 frag to get some static compile time checks on this stuff. Have you used graphics API abstractions like SDL3, GPU, BGFX, or SOCOL? I haven't. At the start of this project back in like 2020, we were doing SFML, but that's pretty basic stuff. I haven't used SDL3. That's quite new. This is sort of the main gaming project I've been doing for a while. If the data is going to be more complicated, you can use another X macro. I think I'd just like a direct one-to-one comparison. And I think... I mean, a lookup table's fine, isn't it? right? Could that be a good use for a map? Maybe. Don't call me insane quite yet, but let me write it first, and then you can call me insane. Let's say std unordered map of upgrade type to upgrade. Let's call it upgrade lookup. And then you just say like this. I don't remember the syntax for this. You'll have to forgive me. For doing this initialization, so sorry about that. Something like this, I don't know. You get what I'm trying to write, right? At least the context behind it. Whatever the syntax is, you get the idea, right? Enum to component sounds sus to you. Well, it shouldn't. I'd like a way to convert between one to the other at least. You get the idea, right? This is obviously not how you do this. I don't remember the syntax for just initializing an unordered map directly. Is it instead of that? Is it more like dot blah is that, or like that? Whatever the syntax is, you get the idea, right? It could even just be an array, and I could just keep them all in order, but that's feels worse. Sounds like you should be using a variant. How does that make sense here? An upgrade... I mean, upgrade could be a variant of everything above it. They're all empty tag style components, though. So they're all the same size. Am I doing that elsewhere? Then you don't need an enum at all. Well, I need the... Well, I have needed the enum because I was using that to load in the sprites. It's my normal code for loading in the sprites is that I iterate through some enum, so I know that the element at 0 is explosive reload. In my sprite sheet, I've made the element at 0 explosive reload, but I'm guessing you can do that with a variant as well. I'm gonna get an index, you need something like index. That's probably fine then. And then maybe I can ditch this. But then... What would my... I guess my array of upgrades could just be array of upgrade. Maybe? Does variant... You're saying I can use something like index. The order that you put stuff in the template parameters for a variant matters then? So if, let's say for example, yes, it will match the index. That's good to know. So you're just saying just doing it as a type def. Variant, and then like this, and I just grab the lads above. You don't need to extend anything, that's just fine. And then I'll put a comma in here, not you. So this is my upgrade, it's this stuff. I could maybe nuke this enum and this stuff. And then, so how does this work? Variant, do you give me information if I hover over you? I was kind of hoping maybe it would show me like an exploded version of this, but perhaps not. Perhaps that is the exploded version. So, I mean, I can just go to my asset manager. I like this song. I learned so much doing this. So, let me just fix a few things. Why are you angry? User ranges version of this algorithm. All right. Sure. This has not been used anymore, but oh, maybe it is. I don't think you need to template. Upgrade sequence. Upgrade sequence was big and small. Size would be, I guess. Is there a size? Let's build first and get the Clang D updated. STD variant size V. Okay, that makes more sense. Size V. What's the difference between variant size and variant size V? That wouldn't have been my default choice. V for value. And size for reference? Or what? Variant size? What would that give you? Why would that be different? Variant size by itself is a type. Oh, don't update this. I'll have to read CPP ref. Hang on. Variant size V. Here we go. So on CPP ref, CPP reference, I should say. Well, the example for size V is just, it gives me a number. It's a historical convention from before context for functions were a thing. Okay. Used to have to use types to do meta functions. Okay. I see. So variant size V just returns you a size T. STT variant size, previously you would have to do variant size : value. So this is just shorthand in this case. Syntax error. That should be correct. And then I can even say this is using. I could store this. Using number of upgrades. Upgrade count is this. And then I quite like this. Can I not do that because this is oh, this would have to be in a function, I guess. This isn't something I can just declare like this. Is that so? I thought I could. You should know this at compile time. No? Maybe not. Am I not including the standard template library? Oh, does it need to be static? Oh, I guess I could just store it as a variable. Sorry, I'm getting tired. It's past midnight now. That makes sense. Upgrade count. Let's just do it like this. Oh, it must be a size T, right? Fine. You're trying to grab that? Yeah, this time. Tired. Let's go with that. Right, so this other spot's probably complaining now. This may be easier than I thought. Because I'm not doing any information with the types here. I'm simply using it as a number of columns to iterate through, a number of rows to iterate through even. Maybe this will work then. It's angry at me about something. Probably the inventory, right? Yeah, okay. How am I going to do this? It's a global variable, it should be inline. Probably won't matter. Oh, just so it just gets popped in. Oh no, that's different. Inline is not, it's not what I think that is. Okay. Anywho. Well, standard range is fine to do what I want here. If it's a vector of a variant, or do I have to use a different algorithm here? Do I have to say, what was it? Variant. Oh, you had some donut variant all of, or something? Like a variant matcher? Or maybe this will just work. Because I obviously don't want it to say, oh, you've got a explosive upgrade. You can't have this health upgrade because it looks like you already have an upgrade. It should say, it should check for which variant type you have. So I'm guessing this just won't work. Make my own vector. Yeah, there's a lot of code in here. I think if I just did this, it would be a lot faster, right? My vector was just like, just cut out all of this. Look at all this, like, just utter crap. Just make it so much faster if I just... something like this. Done. I saved, actually, even that. Much faster. Anywho, yeah, it looks like you can't do that. I'd have to do that fucking horrible variant syntax. I say fucking horrible. You had, I thought, a nice... I should be doing particle sprite stuff somewhere. Somewhere I'm... Sorry, you're a variant. I thought I was doing more with this. Somewhere I'm checking you. Variant syntax sucks. The one for containing stuff is pretty fast. All it has to do is the four main functions: pushback, popback. I can't be arsed, I'll be real. Vector's fine. The game runs at 1 trillion FPS. I don't need to get fancy yet. If performance really starts lacking, I also don't think rewriting Vector would be the first place I'd look. Variant problem. Well, I'm just complaining for complaining's sake. I thought some... Oh, holds alternative. I just don't like the holds alternative syntax. You either have this big if-else if, or there's like another way where you can use like a sort of matcher predicate syntax for this as well. Your variant has is-t. I could use a donut variant. How to perform around allocation PMR vector. Sorry, the problem is very simple. Problem, without air quotes, it is a problem. I'm thinking of a nice way in my inventory where I can add an upgrade. I want to make sure it's not in the vector already. I don't want to use a set, I want to use a vector. So I want to do my own deduplication check. So I want a variation on this syntax to just say iterate over every element of the vector, and if they aren't equal to it, you can use find if, and then I guess I could just say LHS.type and RHS. There should be some way to check if they're the same type, right? Is it still in ranges? Find if, and then I guess I pass in a predicate, right? Or a predicate, right? There should be a lambda I chuck in with an LHS and an RHS, right? I'm guessing pred. So I'm guessing it's something like this. Don't know if it needs context. Don't know the syntax. Just one value of the element. Oh, it's the element you're checking, I guess. So I don't know what the type is. Thing check-in. If std, there's some like, is it variant equal to? Same type? Dynamic cast? It takes the lambda instead of upgrade, not addition to it. Okay. Hang on, I'm just gonna go on CPP reference. Find if. Here we go. It returns an iterator for the first element, so I still want this not equal to end thing. And they've got an example here. Find if. So this is the actual implementation. I don't want that. Find if haystack.begin, haystack.end is even. And there is even as a function. Oh, I guess you could just chuck a function as well. Yeah, I probably do want to pass. Oh no, you can pass in the upgrade, I guess, as context. And you just say, if thin check-in or return thing check-in is equal to upgrade or something. And then this I need to work out better. Oh, .index, yeah, because they are the variant, right? So you will be a upgrade. And then that's their unique identifier, right? Index. That's easy. And then it's just 2 integer checks. I can come up with a better name than thing check-in. What would you call it? Interrogated subject. V? Nah, dude. Existing upgrade. I don't know. You. This is get if. Let's see, find if. This will do for now. Dynamic cast T upgrade is equal to upgrade. I think the index thing works, but that dynamic cast one I think would probably work as well. Would that work as well? What happens if you dynamic casted one thing of the variant with another one? What would that do? I'm guessing it would be a runtime error, or would it just not even compile? There's no inheritance hierarchy. Yeah, they're completely separate structs. Look, the upgrades are all just unique structs, 0 size, or 0 elements. An upgrade is a variant that holds all of them. So the index is a nice unique, as I've learned now, nice unique identifier for each of them within the upgrade variant, but individually they only compare by being different. That makes sense. I don't know if I made sense. Anywho, fun syntax. Whatever. So don't know how you guys feel about guard blocking statements, but I feel like I can just ignore this. So if it already exists... Oh, isn't equal to end. Is equal. Yeah. You like them, yeah. Because at least it keeps the indentation level flat. This is a very Swifty way of writing things. Not that I've written Swift in like 2 years now, but let's try not to forget about my brain suffering. So, if we don't have the upgrade already, quite easily, we, well, update.pushback in place, pushback std. Do I have to std with it? Copy, does it really matter? Yeah. We're already getting a copy in here. Could also make this a ref. Can you do that? Does that make sense? Well, it's const, of course. Does it make sense to move it, or just pop it in? I don't know. Except when you're in a loop and you accidentally do return instead of continue. Yeah, that's true. Which I have done at least one place. You're angry at me. Move of the variable upgrade has no effect. I guess it has no data, so it doesn't really matter. Like, it's cheap to copy. Whatever. I'm overthinking this. You upgrade like once every minute. This doesn't run thousands of times a second. The different, and these are not big. It's not big structs. STD moving an empty struct. Interesting thought. It's midnight. Okay. So now I'll actually want a... Oh, we also need to say... Oh, hang on a moment. It's not in there. Oh, this was the pain. I want to do registry by reference. Shit. If registry dot all of, not all of, and then I want to work out what you are. There you go. 2 separate guard statements. Keep it easier to read. But this is not right? Do you need to do std variant type or something? Or it's like std get without the capital. That's not it. You know what I mean, right? I want to convert from this to the actual element of the variant that it's referencing. Don't use a lot of variants, obviously. STD variant. Visit? Upgrade.visit? This part will be a bit less clean. Because it's a template argument. Okay. That's... Yeah, but visit is right. Yeah, because, T, yeah, it's not quite right. Can I do that? Get me out of there. You kind of get what I mean, right? And not that we'd want to do this within the loop, but you know. You get the idea, right? This could just be the upgrade directly. But I mean, I guess... I mean, I could do this... Maybe this could be easy. Maybe I'll just add it as a template argument. I'd make it upgrade. And you're a lowercase, aren't you? And you probably want to be uppercase. Why are you angry at me? Oh, it's because I've also just given you the same name as a struct, right? Ah. Because then maybe I just do this simple, right? That's type name, right? Is it type name? No, there's like 3 different types of this, right? There's like type name, class name, struct name, and then a really generic one. Or is type name might be the generic one. It doesn't need to be a template. Well, I thought if I did make it a template, then maybe you could, instead of doing this index comparison, you could just say, oh, you can't do reflection stuff, code gen. Oh yeah, because then there'll be copies of this for everything, for all the upgrades. Yeah, that's a fair point. You kind of get what I was meaning though. STD visit time upgrade. God, that's weird to read. Add upgrade could also be less clean, yeah. I'm thinking add upgrade should be a system. It should be a console command. Sorry for flashing my armpits. Should be a console command, because then I don't have to worry about all this whole registry nonsense. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Give me a no, because that's small bit of overhead I've got right now. We're already doing all this matching stuff. System manager, we can pop it in here, I guess. Delayed executions. Okay. So add upgrade is going to take a new type I'm gonna write called apply upgrade. I'm gonna take an entity and take an upgrade. You're now going to be a console command. In game, in our std visit, we're going to say add upgrades. Upgrades to add, dot in place back, add upgrade. Fine. Need to add upgrades to add, delete executions. Just give me a moment. What did I call it? Add upgrade. Yeah. So wherever I'm doing this, for upgrades to add in upgrades to add. Upgrade in upgrades to add. That's what I called you, I thought. Yeah, it just needs to build first, I guess. And then we're just going to say add upgrade. And then clear that list. Add upgrade is going to take an upgrades to add. This is now getting a little messy. Don't really know how I feel about my spelling here. Kindly forgive me. I am a little tired. So, if registry, oh, you don't have a registry in here. You should. Hang on, let me build first. Oh, you aren't a system manager. Something. Registry dot valid add upgrade. Let's just call this upgrade. Upgrade dot entity. Turn. Oh, they're both defer by themselves and also defer stuff and a bunch of extra buffers that get handled on the same tick. Yeah, there's one commands are both defer by themselves and also defer stuff and a bunch of extra buffers. Are that many of them deferring further? Well, you mean these things here? Like these could just be console commands to deal with. Certainly, these vectors could just be console commands to deal with. These could be a variant as well of this could take console commands to deal with from game that game wants systems manager to handle. It can be a subset because game has that, right? Game or the context does. I guess it could just sit in context. I don't know if I need to pass it through to game. It makes sense when most of the console commands were stuff that happened in game, but this is something I might redo when I get to it. Yeah, that comes from so to send a console command, you put it in context, which is fine, and then game in the next update checks in context for that, deals with it, clears it, and it's just to delay it by one update. But then I add those to the systems manager's set, so I think it is delayed two updates. It's something to fix another day. I'm too tired, and if you keep talking to me about it, I won't have the mental space to solve the thing I've been solving, and I'll just have to stop. So let's do that another time. I've run out of battery. I've been working all day, and now it's past midnight. Just stop talking about it. You're really distracting me. Okay, let's just build this first. I don't care. Let's get this working. So, I need to get the inventory on the upgrade entity. Well, it shouldn't be const. Alright, you're not listening. That's okay. I'll just try and focus on this for now. That's okay. So we're going to get an inventory here. So we need to do inventory upgrades. Find if the inventory's upgrades, which I think is public now. Yeah. See if it contains the upgrade. If it does, then we don't care. If it doesn't, then we add it, and then we can simply add upgrade.upgrade to the entity. I'll call this upgrade to add to avoid confusion. That's okay. I'm guessing this will be pointer stuff. Oh, you can be a const pointer, I guess. Oh wait, hang on, you're okay with me here using the dot. Probably should have just popped these in a local variable, save myself a little hassle. Yeah, this T here will be weird. Let's see. Oh, I guess I just add in that. Okay. What was your idea? Hello, Intrits. Here, std visit type name u registry.inplace. Let's have a look at how this looks, because that's a nice idea. Std visit. You take in all context. Type name u. This is a little strange. You're just saying to do it like this. Something like this, at least. Well, I guess you can do it like that if you like. You have an extra colon, you have an extra bracket around something. I don't see where. Hello. You're copying the upgrade to add. Is that what you want? Doesn't need to be a reference in the first place. Yeah, I mean, in this case, hello, Intrits. So we're doing some pretty. Well, I don't want to say it's simple because the syntax for it is confusing, but upgrades are very simply a std variant over a bunch of empty structs. So the data we're working with is very simple. And I want to add it to an inventory, nice and simple, but I also need the type to add it to the registry because they take type as a template argument. So most of this is sorted, it's just the emplacing in the registry part. And Donut suggested syntax like this. Something like this, at least. But he's angry at me. This is angry. You forgot the second argument. I did I? std visit should take the thing I'm visiting over, I guess, right? Upgrade. Yeah, okay, that's where the extra thing's from then. It's something like this. Something like that. Now that's in C++ magic, dude. Maybe. If it works. I've gotten it wrong, I think. Semicolon. You should be in there, I think. It goes at the end only because visit can technically take multiple variants to visit at the same time. Oh. Let's see, how have I written this? I think I've done this a little wrong. Yeah, this is not how you write a lambda. Is it not like this then? Yeah, simple. I just added one extra pair of parentheses, maybe. Maybe not. Hang on, let me have another look at the example you sent. You did std visit. I'm so tired. I read your square bracket as a parentheses. So you're passing in everything as context. Type name you, we. Somehow we've managed to use all 4 types of Pokeball in this argument here. We've got the square, we've got the triangle, we've got the round, we've got the curly. Everyone is here. This is a little... What's the error message? It says no... Oh, static member functions do not have this pointers. Oh, do I need to do... That? No. Because the registry, I'm guessing, is a member of this, that the systems manager this is being called from, but maybe the syntax here it's not happy with. Although I think with... This doesn't make sense, right? That's weird, right? You're hovering so fast you can't read. Yeah, that's stupid. Okay, well, let me check it again. It says no matching overloaded function found. Check the full console output. Yeah, that's a little hard to pass. Can it convert argument 1 from const ty? Oh, something's... Oh. That makes sense. If that's... No, that's not it. Inventory cannot be used before it's initialized. Sorry. Auto inventory. Are you also angry because you've changed your syntax in here? Add upgrade. Hang on, I should fix this thing one at a time. So you're not a ref. That's a really obvious problem. Maybe it just wasn't recompiling the inside of this properly. Maybe it was giving us a stale cache or something. I don't know. Oh, yeah. That's probably it. Compilers. Okay. Bish bash bosh, huh? I think. So when you want to add an upgrade, you call console command to add an upgrade, you chuck in an entity in the upgrade you want to add, it tries to get the inventory on it, it checks through the inventory to see if you don't have the upgrade. It should also check if you can't find that in the registry. So I should say that in here, I think. So that should be in here, I think. Maybe. Registry dot all of you entity. Something like that. And then you are upgrade to add entity. It's perfectly in sync. You should only have to check one of them. Why not just spend the extra few cycles to be certain? There is nothing in here that contracts the inventory to be managed. It shouldn't be fucked with by anything else. That would be pretty bad. But why not? Why not? You know, losing a few cycles every minute. What I could even do is have an assert, because we're pretty sure, do an all of instead of the find if. Let's just leave it. Let's just leave it. It's fine. It's fine. All fine. He lies to Donut. Render HUD system. Check this out, lad. Don't know what I'm gonna do quite for this, but let's just say for Oh, I really have to hope that the variant stays. No, I don't. Okay, the only thing I have to care about is that the icons are in parity with the variant, and there's no way to resolve that without some machine learning algorithm to look at the image and say, does this look kind of like the name of the upgrade? Oh, that would be very 2026. Spend 8 months training my own LLM to double check that the sprite matches the struct name. Because at this point, the index of the variant is also should be the index of the sequence that I need to draw on the screen. System requirements 5090. Oh, no, this would be a development tool. It would be pre-trained. But then again, if it was 2026, it wouldn't be a development tool. It wouldn't be pre-trained. I'd just ship it with the product and run it live. Just to double check I didn't forget after releasing it on Steam. Why not? It'll be shipped. Yeah, it'll be 50 gigabytes. I would include all the training data. My like 5 kilobyte indie game, this much of it would be LLM training data. Why not? That'd be cool. That'd be a fun project. Could get you some credits at work. Hey guys, check what I built. Oh, did you build it with AI? No, I built an AI. Well, no, LLM. Wow. Would it be an LLM? No, it wouldn't be a large language model. It would be a neural network, wouldn't it? It'd be an image recognition tool. Those are cool. Sitting there tagging loads of images one by one, thousands of times. What joy. You get another robot to do the tagging for you. Eventually it's cheaper to just hire a guy on Fiverr to do the tagging, and then you're really working in the modern age. No, you don't do that yourself. I had a friend in uni who made a machine learning thing. This was over 10 years ago or so. They made a machine vision program, and they did literally sit there tagging like hundreds of images. We've taken steps to harden our release build against errors, so the system requirement's now 96 gigs of VRAM. You make a company that provides a service to validate if visitors to the site are human. What was that art game? It was really fun, where you could be prompted by other members of society to draw stuff, and you had like 30 seconds to draw it. I enjoyed that. Have you seen that one? Like you get to play as the robot that draws. People ask for some weird shit. It's a bit like Scriblio. Like you'd either play as a drawer or a prompter. So you'd prompt something like Homer Simpson eating a donut, and that would go into a big list. And if you were the drawer, you would give you something off the top of the list, and you'd have to draw it with like MS Paint style tools. After you have like 30 seconds, and then when it's done, you can see like their response to it. What year was this? This was like 2 months ago, 3 months ago. I think it was this year. It was a really cool one. I liked it. I kind of thought streamers would have been big into it, but I guess not. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. It was really cool, regardless. I like those MMO websites. They're cool. SMFL. I am using C++ in VS Code. This project is not using SFML. It was 6 years ago, but it's now on SDL and OpenGL using LibDonut. Name pending. Hey Intrets, do you know a good name for LibDonut version 3, Donut Viking chap's library that I'm using? He's not allowed to call it LibDonut because NVIDIA has a library called LibDonut, and NVIDIA are evil, apparently. Well, this is nice. He's Swedish, so if you can come up with a funny Swedish pun like Lib Sweden, he'd like it. Also, hello nature. For every upgrade in the inventory.upgrade. I guess this would do it in order that they were added in, which is interesting. Okay, const auto sequence equals asset manager dot upgrade sequences. I guess that could be private in the load thing. At upgrade dot index. I can hope this works. So now I've got a sequence. I can now construct a sprite with that. Upgrade sequence is this. Upgrade sprite can be that. Oh, small. Animation time doesn't matter, whatever. Could be animated, of course. You want to learn C++ game dev, which should you start with, SFML or OpenGL? Good question. That's actually a good question. If you want to crack on with getting a game, just to get your toes into the game dev space, starting with SFML is pretty good. I used it quite early on as well. It's nice and easy, relatively. So you can just get on with making your games and getting your free projects done. OpenGL is a nice way to dip your toes into actually writing your own, I guess, graphics API. I don't know if that's the right word, but your own rendering code at least. I haven't even started with OpenGL because I'm lazy and I'm using someone else's library to do that for me. If I were to start this project now, I probably would do OpenGL myself, but I'm also now a lot more experienced in the language and I feel a bit more confident in it. When I started out, I thought it would take me like a fucking year to get it working, so I didn't bother. I was streaming full time. I didn't want to sit there streaming myself reading the OpenGL documentation for a year, which could have been fun. A donut. But I just wanted to get on with game dev. So, yeah. I mean, you'll want to use SFML or SDL2 anyway to get the window. That's what Donut's using SDL2 in his library for, but... Yeah, I also suggested the Swedish word for donut, but I'm pretty sure they also just call it a donut. Anyway, look, we've got a sprite. The position can be... I guess I can actually... No, this is fine. Position, sprite position. This can be in its own little context thing. This all needs to be refactored. Monk isn't that fun. Oh, it's not donut. Huh. LibMonk. Because it's relaxing to use. How about instead of box 3D, you call it like cube 2D? To really fuck with people. Anyway, where am I going to draw these upgrades? I don't know. This is nice because we could just easily extract this to a function should we want. Lib, churro lib. Churro now. Let's see. X, Y, padding plus. Something like this. Have a look in the description, Silver. I'm not using SFML though, no. Screwball. Yo, this music's going crazy. For what I'm writing, I feel like I'm in like a concert hall. You can use the padding. Yeah, why not? Something like this. He has been staring at his computer for so long thinking about this, yeah. So you are a float. You should. Oh, let's build this first. You're a float. You're a float. You're a float. Oh, you should be size.x, I guess. Ah, fine. Alright, this shouldn't do anything when I hit run. This should just work. Yep, perfect. Now, I'm going to do something very illegal. Components. I think, legally speaking, this should work. Bonk. Right. So, obviously the player won't have these components, but just to see the sprite working. And I think there's nothing in here about duplication, so I should just be able to copy it a bunch to see if the wrapping actually works. I also don't know where I'm drawing that sequence from. Is it the top left? I think origin 01 should be top left, right? Oh. Okay, it's kind of working. Ah, I'm not taking into account the offset. That's stupid. That should work. We clearly just saw it drawing stuff, so let me just quickly go to components. Oops. And just hit the copy paste button a few times. This is how I could deal with duplicates, you know. The component could have a thing on it that says allow duplicates or not, I don't know. Level. What level of vampire are you? Right. Updating components sure does take a while. Definitely should move inventory to its own thing. Okay, it's drawing a thing, but not the right thing. Oh, it's going diagonally. Huh? Why is that? Ah, shite. Oh, shit. Yo! The looping is not working, but hey, there's stuff on the screen, right? Why is the padding so high? Four 32. So the second element is 36 to the right of it. The next element is 72. If I just hold F5 for a while, it no, it doesn't quite work. Let's do it until it says it loops. Ah. Whatever. So why is this? Is it ever wrapping? I see it on different rows, right? I don't. Why is that? Position plus offset. Oh, plus. It goes up. Yeah, it's up. Going up. Why should be going minus? Clearly this wrapping is also not working. Tab overlay size X is a number. This should be the whole plus what you'd add. You're right though. I was moving up. That keeps getting me. Oh well, bloody game maker. Hey, look. Let's see. The padding is really big. Are the images 16 by 16? I thought they were 32 by 32. I think the big ones are 32 by 32. We're doing small, right? Yeah, the small ones are 16. Whoops. Oh, let's fix that. Kind of annoyed that the looping isn't just working. I think you also need to add on something else, maybe. I don't know. Is looping at some point? Oh, I think I need to also add in something else. The start position, which is what I thought I was doing. Maybe it should be both? Because starting position... No. The start position is the top left, right? So we add on that chunk that the player sprite is being drawn. That's this bit here. And then I also want to make sure it's not going over the rest of it. So it should be the whole width minus the player sprite and making sure the position is not larger than that. So I think my logic is just wrong. Oh, it's only off by a little bit, I think. I think it's off by this size, the size of this player sprite stuff. Looks like it at least. Let me think about this. So we need to get the size of the width that it should take up, which is the tab overlay size total minus position X, which is correct, I thought, because position X is the... Well, maybe that's a bit far. I guess... It's not really right. Oh, it should be position... I don't know if this is actually doing much. Yeah, the idea would be if position.x plus where I'd move it is still less than fits on the screen. So this logic at least is a little easier for me to read. So if we were to add something to it, would it still be less than the overlay size minus position? But maybe that's not quite right. Because overlay size is not... Overlay size plus the padding at the start, right? Plus position, I think. I think that's right now. But then also I need to start a little bit later because I'm also drawing this data on the screen. So this here can be text start. No, this isn't the text start is here. How wide is that stuff? Let's just say it's the size of a sprite. Should refactor this stuff to be a bit more readable, maybe. Position.x. This should start a bit later. I can at least do this. We're not actually capping the text width, but we can pretend. Just to make things a little easier to read. Yeah, looks okay. I think it's not actually the whole width of a sprite, but you know, let's give ourselves a little space. And then we need to... I'm still just a little bit over. I think technically this logic would fix it. If the current position x plus... Oh, it should be if position plus. Whoops. Position.x. That's it. I think... But then I maybe don't. I think I'm losing my mind a little bit. It's 1 AM. Why am I doing this at 1 AM? I don't know. Yeah, look. That's, it's not quite it. Not quite it, is it? Alright, you know what? I'm getting a little tired. It's fine for it to... Let's just say it's fine for this for now. Mini position.x. Yeah, this I need to refactor this when I'm awake and I haven't worked for like 14 hours in a day. Or whatever. 4 hours stream, 8-hour workday, 12 hours of work. Or hardly working, am I right? Let's just do something very small for a second. So in my collision system, when you add experience, somewhere in here we should check to see if we want to let them pick from 3. Can't be asked to do the actual pick 3 thing for now. So I'm just going to say, somewhere in here you should have an inventory, right? Ah, whatever. Do something simple for now and then do this better next time. If there's an inventory on the entity, which we should have one, let's be real. Well, XP to level. Experience. Hang on a moment. XP is this stuff. So we can just say const auto start level equals XP dot level. while auto new levels equals XP dot level is larger than start level. Is this correct? So, I mean, the idea would just be something super fucking boring, like, can I guess I have to define this outside. Something like this. So, looking like a for loop. Specifically wanted it in a while loop. No, I mean, for loop, while loop for this, for loop would work fine. I'm just wanted to do something cheap and cheerful just to test something out. This is not the final code. I just wanted to get something, do something cute before we end the stream for today, if that's okay. Send console message, add upgrade, just something fun. How does this work again? You're a struct, you take an entity and an upgrade. Just something small and fun, just to finish off. Entity is going to be magnetic.target. A cute loop. What kind of upgrades did I have? I had like reload, explosive reload. Why not? So, if this works, then we've managed to tie everything together for today in a cute little bow. And there is a way, when you level up, to get an upgrade, and you can see it in the HUD. And the component should be on the player as well. Not that we're doing anything with it right now, but that's the idea at least. This is just, you know, sometimes we finish the stream and I just wanted to quickly crack something on just to see some progress, basically. So, got no upgrades. This guy flew at me. Level 1. Look, upgrade. 1, 2, 3. Give us another upgrade. It didn't. I guess it does a duplicate check, so the duplicate check's actually working. That's fine, I guess. Yeah, that's it. Add upgrade, explosive reload. I could remove the duplicate check, I guess. It might break things. Let's not break things. You saw it. That was basically the idea. I could even go to the systems manager when we're doing this STD visit. Add upgrade. Look. So where's our little guy? Kill him. We add our upgrade. We saw this working earlier. You hold shift. Look, there's our upgrade. Now I would like to kill another enemy or two. But we come back in here. It's valid. We have an inventory. We've already got the upgrades. So that's the duplicate check working. And then it doesn't give you a duplicate, which is fine for now. I mean, at this point, because we're not dealing with like a bit set or anything, we are just vectoring. We could have count, we could have duplicates, we could have, if you find a duplicate, maybe increment some counter within, or store things as a pair of number or count and the upgrade, but then that would make some of the syntax a little harder, so I don't know. Regardless, banger. I did it. A thing. You can get upgrades. They don't do anything yet, but it's a component, so we could do anything. And I think that's wonderful. Don't know about you. I'm happy with that. I think that's some tremendous... I think that's actually some really cool work. And then next time we stream, it's as simple as adding... Similar to where you hit yourself and it freezes the game for a second. We just do that, except we do it until you pick an option. And then the option you pick will look something like this concept art we did, where there's some nice big 60, well, I think this is 32 by 32 picture image, and you pick the one that you feel fits your vibe. And then wonder what it does. I love developer art, dude. I'd be pissed if I played the game in beta and all the upgrades look like this, and then they did the pixel art properly. I'd be like, well, give us a way to get the shitty art back. Vibe gaming, yeah, exactly. I like that though. We were saying earlier, I want to restrict the use of text as much as possible. There's a few places like numbers we're gonna have it. I'm wondering even if with the level and the XP, I might replace that with like we've got the little red heart. I might make like a little blue brain or something, make it even more abstract. I want to have as little text as possible, so the game is it's not a reading game. The upgrade will have to be impactful. Yeah, that's the plan. I think it's fun when you pick up an upgrade and it's like, well, now all your bullets explode. I think that's sick. I don't really like boring upgrades. If I'm playing a game and it's like plus 2% reload speed, it makes me want to shoot myself. It has to be something like you kill an enemy and there's like a 10% chance your gun instantly reloads. So if you're using a rocket launcher, you can sometimes fire like twice in a row and it's like a huge DPS increase. 10% there is actually quite a big deal because it's like a horde. You know, if there's like 10 enemies running at you, you're basically guaranteed to shoot 2. I mean, not guaranteed, you have 50% chance, whatever. Odds. You get the idea, right? 4% chance on frost damaging on... Yeah, that stuff is not so exciting. I want trigger fingers. You kill something and your gun reloads. You want strong spirit. You instantly... You don't get one shot. You want... ukulele. You want to spawn lightning when you hit a group of enemies. That stuff's cool. And I want the game to be cool. Stacking additively so it keeps getting less strong. Yeah, we were talking about that as well, where we had a whole discussion about like how Risk of Rain and Vermintide and Nuclear Throne and Isaac all do their upgrades. Isaac has... I don't think it has stackable upgrades. Maybe it does by now, but there's a lot of things like cereal, lunch, dinner that are just +1 health, so they're functionally the same, but they're different. Risk of Rain, you have multiple stacks of certain things, so usually the first one you get is really cool, and then the next one is just increased chance of that effect happening. Certain things, like the crit, you want to stack like 10 of them, that sort of thing. I can easily steal that in my game. Because I think it's fun, and I think the game should be fun. And I want as much of it to be symbolic as possible. I don't want you to sit there reading text and min-maxing and thinking like, oh, this upgrade gives me 1 DPS more, this one gives me 1.2, so I'm going to pick that one. You've got to think, oh, that one looks fun. It's going to make stuff explode. And that'll be, I think, most of the players. There'll be some sweaty nerd that's like min-maxed and thought, I have a spreadsheet, this one is the best, and that's fine. The numbers are there, but I would like most people to just think, I want my bullets to explode. I'm using a slow weapon, so something that reloads more often is fun. I want my things to cause an oil slick that I can sell. You know, that's fun. It's a game. You shouldn't have to sit there and read a spreadsheet for this sort of thing. That being said, the data is there if people want it, so it's as deep as people want it to be, but also as shallow as you want it to be. Like, I'm showing all these stats on this screen. You don't need to care about what any of them means, other than that when you level up, the number goes up. And when one of the numbers is big enough, a thing happens. But you can kind of ignore it. There is this nice thing, though, where like you can compare the gun on the floor. Maybe I should have that, so when you're hovering over a gun on... Oh, that's smart. Let me write this on Trello. When hovering over a gun, show it stat comparison with yours when holding tab, or something. So you see, like, when I pick it up, you can, like, swap between them. It would be kind of nice if there was a way to compare. Maybe it just replaces the other gun on the screen. I don't know how the UI for that would work, but... You know, normally you're running around, maybe it has, like, a little arrow on top so you can see that you can pick it up, whatever. But it'd be nice if you could just sit here and see, the Uzi does less damage, fires a bit slower, feeling the fastest shot. Or whatever. I don't know if tab makes sense. You know, you could also just walk over it and have the number appear if you wait for a second. That might work too. I was also thinking it's kind of nice if at a glance you can tell if a gun's better, because the idea was a bit, you know how like Terraria and I guess Diablo and all these other games, there'll be similar weapons that have slightly different stats. So you'll have like 2 revolvers, they won't necessarily be exactly the same. It's nice when the game just says this one is better than the other revolver. So you don't necessarily have to deal with the numbers, you can just think this one has 1, otherwise the stats are all the same, this one just does 0.1 damage better, so I'm just going to grab that one. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, Isaac stuff's fun. I was thinking about, was it Polymorphous or whatever? Oh, I noticed, I saw this white thing in the bottom right of the screen before. I think that's just the, like, the ammo count is not rendering properly or something. Polyphemus, that's it, yeah. Yeah, I think that's the ammo counter of the gun above. It's just being drawn at the wrong space. Big slowing tier. But then that has interesting side effects. If you have it with like Mum's Knife, it's just a massive damage increase because you can just melee stuff. So the slow fire rate doesn't matter quite so much. Like that stuff really tickles the brain. It's nice. So why is the ammo not being drawn properly? What have I done here? Shots remaining. What's this stuff? Why is it string to HUD text render stuff at a weird height? I'm drawing a sprite at vec3 0. Oh. So I'm drawing it at Z0. Where am I drawing the gun? Oh, I'm guessing it's also at 0. So string to HUD text, how about I set your Z to -1? -1 or 1? I can't remember what I did for Z, if 1's going into the screen or out of it. I'll just set it to 999, see what happens. Ah, doesn't do anything. -999. Just use the right hand rule. It's pointing at me, so it goes up. That didn't fix it. I thought that would fix it. Hang on. So this is happening because we changed to using sprite instead of text. And I think text was not drawing with Z at all. Question mark. Do you take a Z? I don't think so. You're a vec2. I don't know how draw text is necessarily working. Text string instance, I guess, is just always drawn on the last or on the top. I don't remember how this works. I'm tired. Yeah, I think this is broken now because we're using the sprite thing and it's drawing underneath the weapon. Well, hang on, this is a rectangle. Gun background. Oh, sorry, I'm being stupid. Sprite instance, position. Here we go. You're also a vec2. Hang on then. Hang on a moment. Why isn't this working? We draw these things, and then we draw the ammo count. I guess the ammo count is being drawn over on the next cycle by something, or is it being drawn at the wrong position? Maybe. Oh, it might be the wrong position as well. Hang on a moment. The next loop, you're drawing the billboard, but no, that shouldn't matter. I think it might just be the position stuff. That billboard position. I think draw HUD to string to HUD text. The offset of the character is a little different from what I was doing before. It's the top left. Is that how text works? Is it the top left or is it the center of the text box? Or the bottom left? Might be the bottom left. Yeah, I think it's the offset is I think it's drawing from the top left, but it used to be angled from the bottom left, so I simply need to shuffle it up by 7 or something. Text height. Hang on a moment. X plus this, tab overlay padding, gun position Y. Yeah, this was drawn from the bottom left before, I think. Origins. Oh, hang on a moment. 001. This looks like it is drawing from the bottom left. Just to experiment, I'm just going to break this for everything else for a second. If I set this to 0, does it appear? Because then that implies to me that it's actually drawing the text from the bottom left. Which would make sense. Well, it used to draw from the bottom left. And indeed it works. So I just need to... Where I'm doing this stuff, tab menu gun position Y need to be adjusted a bit. You are gun data. Hang on, am I looking in the wrong spot? No. What the fuck am I looking at? I'm dumb. I'm looking in the wrong spot. I'm sorry. It's size. Gun data. Yeah, I'm looking in the wrong spot. I've confused myself. Oh dear. Yeah, it's none of this tab menu stuff. That was just unnecessarily confusing me. It's simply this. We just need to subtract text. HUD text size dot y, which I think is 7, or is it 8? 7. 30 minus 7. I can do that one. I guess we could make it 22. That should work. Yeah, so I was simply shoveling the text down by the height of the text, and then that was being overwritten by the next thing. Still doing it. Is this the wrong fucking spot? I changed the X because I'm stupid. 30 minus HUD text size dot y. Let's just do that. Am I dumb? Come on now. Y offsets I. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. The old font probably wasn't 7 by... Oh, minus? Plus, I guess. Because I'm going from the bottom left to the top left. It's confusing. Hurrah! I fixed it. Who'd have thought? That's nice, because that was annoying me the other day. I saw that and it was weird. Alright, nice. We did it. And by we, well, ha, let's just say us. I just yanked my speaker. Shouldn't do that. Oh, Shigeru, we fell off the fucking speaker. Yeah, she's still in one piece. Alright, little scratch in the hand. That's just dirt. Alright, I'm gonna head off. I think I've made some awesome progress today. Although it doesn't feel quite like 4 hours of work, it was. There's a lot of talking and thinking. We've got these lovely upgrades that you can do now. They don't do anything yet, but you level up, you get given an upgrade, and there's some prevention to stop you from getting duplicates for now, until I deal with how I want to handle that. We've got all sorts of lovely sprites drawn, beautiful, beautiful pixel art. Just the best. Big and small, if you can believe it. And I will have two different, because I think just showing the small one but doubled in size will look a little wank. I guess I could do it, but it's nice to have it's nice to have full color art, why not? Anywho, awesome, I did it. I hope you liked the stream. I'm gonna go to bed now. I'll see you guys tomorrow maybe. Have a good one. Good night. Bye bye. Next time we'll work on this pick 3 screen. Because that'll be fun, right? Alright. Bye bye.